It could be a record. Like,
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Call meeting to order. Before we get started with the roll call, I'd like to have a moment of silence. We all heard that we lost two firefighters this week in a plane crash. One of them I knew very well. I served on a committee with him for many years in the Training State Committee. I knew him as Chief Pye. He's done that for decades. He retired from Sierra Vista Fire as a fire chief 24 years. He leaves his wife and 5 kids behind. So he retired and continued his work with wildland and responding to different communities to save property and lives. So if we can have a moment of silence for Chief Jeff Pachata. Thank you. Shelley, you can do a roll call, please?
Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
present.
District 2, Councilman Pastor.
Present.
District 3, Councilman Leatham.
Present.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilman Gonzalez.
Here.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Here.
Mayor Gameros.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Shelley. I want to invite Pastor Dan up to the podium for the invocation, please.
Will you pray with me? Our gracious and heavenly Father, we pray now, Lord, particularly and at this point for the families of these men who lost their lives. How they must be struggling now. We pray, Lord, that you would come to them and show them that you are the God of all comfort. We thank you, Lord, for this community that we live in. We thank you for these who have taken the responsibility of leadership. We pray, Lord, that you would give them wisdom in their decisions, bring peace of mind to them and to the people of this community. We pray, Lord, for the people of the community who have suffered under the fire and who, for the last year and a half, have really borne the burden for all that has gone on. We pray that the people here would know that you are the God who is in control. You have your own purposes. And I, for one, Lord, bow before your throne. And I pray that all the people in this community would bow before your throne. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Mike, you know, pledge, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start with summary of current events, and we'll start with Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple things. Downtown merchant Tracy Quick, she owns the Huddle. She wanted to give a shout out to John Angulo for coming down and talking to the downtown merchants about parking. And also she is asked to remind the community that she opens on the 22nd of July. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariano.
I would like to give a shout out and compliment to the entire city staff. For the last 4 weeks, they've been running full tilt and providing daily services as well. When you run at full speed for a long time, well, you have a tendency to make mistakes, and you can also be injured. Fatigue sets in. So before I say anything else, I'd like to first compliment the entire city staff for all of their work. Fire and flood and sharing of resources across the region. Very impressive. I also want to ask you all to stand down this week, get some rest, go home early. I can't tell you that you have to do this, but I recommend you find a way to get some leisure time and decompress. And I'm very, very proud of this city staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Fernando.
I really don't have anything, Mayor.
Thank you. Freddie.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to join my colleagues in commending the city staff as well as the county staff for the work they've done in trying to mitigate some of the floods that were occurring and dealing with the floods that did occur. You know, it is a lot of work, and there's still work to be done. So I just want to commend all the city staff and county staff for their efforts to help this community get through this this ongoing crisis of the fire and then the flood mitigation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to give a shout out to Rael Starling at our librarian in the Copper Country News this week. There's just a really informative article about the programs that she's got going on, and I think they're back to full schedule now. Rael, you guys are at full schedule now? Okay, so I just wanted to give her a shout out for that. The other thing is that at the last meeting we had when we were doing the flood mitigation, we had a visitor, Mr. Crank, that was pretty upset, and he's called me several times this week, and we've actually responded. He wanted me to let Fernando and you and me, and there was somebody else that's been helping him and responding to him. I keep telling him, Floyd, you're in the county, you know, that's, you got to call them, but at least, you know, we've all responded, and he was appreciative of it. So I thought that was a good thing to put across for the council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. Mike?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to welcome back Captain Bracamonte. He's been off for 8 months.
Oh, wow.
And he reported back to work yesterday. So if you guys see him, welcome him back. It's been a long journey for him. So he's doing well. I talked to him several times. I actually talked to him yesterday and today, and he's very happy to be back. So I'm assuming that, well, I'm thinking he's retiring in November still, as he has to.
September, I think.
November 1st.
November?
Yeah. Because he's in the drop program, but he's happy as a clam to be back for the next 3 months to support our city, as he has for years. So, see him. It's not on?
Is it on? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not loud enough? Can I yell at you?
We do that later.
Anyway, we'd like to welcome him back. So thank you. And then second, I'd like to wish Councilman Leatham happy birthday.
Oh, that's right.
I believe he's
Thank you.
young age of, I don't know if you're there, Jesse, 30 maybe? So that was
I'm 31.
Go for me. How old?
31.
31.
31. Happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday, Jesse.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And lastly, I'd like to thank PD, John and your team for what you guys are doing. Chief Robinson, Jerry, for everything that we've gone through with the fires. And you're still working day and night, John, I'm sure. You get the calls. I almost called you last night when I started seeing lightning and thunder. And it's like, oh, you're out again. So thank you, and make sure you thank your teams for everything that you guys are doing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
all I
you.
have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I just want to echo what everybody's already said. I know that Public Works, John, and AJMPD, and Fire, and Gary, and your staff, all your crews have been out every day. You know, we went from COVID to Telegraph fire and then floods, and it hasn't let up. We haven't had a break, and I just want to commend all our staff. I mean, even City Hall, everybody for getting together and getting us through these tough times. And hopefully there's some better times. I know we got some rains coming up this week, and I know you guys will be busy, but thank you guys for everything that you've done this past week. And also, I'll just mention briefly, there's a benefit concert for the victims of the Telegraph fire, but I'm going to let Pastor Dan come up and call to the public. He has a card in to give us a little information on that. If we can support that, all the benefits are going to go to the victims of the Telegraph fire. So it's a great benefit. It's this Saturday. So that's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, and I'm going to stay on the same bandwagon. I know Jerry's going to give us an update, but every time, nights and weekends, we have a team of people waiting for the call. If the national flood warning comes in, if we get a call from the city, from the county, that the rain gauges are hitting, or that there's video of the floods coming down. The three people who hit the road are Gary, John, and AJ. Their backups are David, Jerry, and Dale. And so Linda's there to do any multimedia. Melissa's backing her up, and I have Chris backing me up. And so we're all on the two-way radio. We're watching the websites. We're talking to the county, looking to see where the water's coming, and then taking the appropriate action. And all of these people are at a drop of a hat in the middle of whatever's going on 4th of July, whatever Suns game is going on. We all spring to and start tracking it, and the three of them will get out there on the road and make sure that we have public safety, public works, and there where there need to be. And then our special Russell Gulch watcher, we have Shelley, who keeps us informed on her side of the world. So anyways, but Jerry will talk more about that, but I'll tell you, it's when it rains, we're ready. That should be our new motto. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go through the first community call to the public. I'll invite Pastor Dan up to the podium and give us a little information on the concert this weekend.
About 3 weeks ago, I received a phone call from a group. Frankly, I'd never heard of them before. The name of the group is Music Strengthen. Their ministry is a Christian ministry. It's to go to communities that have been impacted by some kind of calamity, like we have with the Telegraph fire, to hold benefit concerts and to raise money for the victims of whatever calamity that is. And so this Saturday, we will be having a concert at Trinity Baptist Church in our gymnasium at 1362 South Hagen Road. That's open to the public. And a collection will be taken. All the money that's brought in will be given to the Salvation Army to be distributed to victims of the fire and now the floods. And so I'd really like to encourage you to tell your friends, if you own businesses, to tell your customers. I have flyers that you can put up in your businesses, and I will leave some on the back table there. You just take them as you leave. And please encourage people to come and to bring a checkbook or some cash. We'll take up a collection, and like I say, every single penny, none of it goes to the church, none of it goes to this group here. It all goes to the victims in our community. And so I'd really like to encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Paul, can we, or Linda, or Melissa, can we get that on our website, that poster flyer, so we can advertise it also?
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other call to the public? So we got a special presentation, the ceremonial matters, and first we have presentation update to council regarding monsoon and post-fire flooding as a result of the Telegraph fire to the city of Globe. Jerry.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's been a rough couple weeks, and more so for John and AJ and Gary. Every time the walkie-talkie function on my phone goes off, I know something's going on. Paul's usually calling the troops out to make sure everybody's okay. So what I wanted to do is tell you what we've been doing and where we're at this point. So Daniel, did you have my PowerPoint ready?
He promised pictures only.
It's only 28 slides, Paul.
That was 2.8 slides.
So, I wanted to talk mainly. I guess I can do this. So mainly, this is from the Shelly Cam. On July 2nd, which is a Friday, Russell Gulch was the first to get inundated with floodwater. I'll let this play in the background as I go along. The city monitored Hospital Drive for debris. The contractors had not begun at this point to start removing debris from the wash. They had the only place that they were at actually was in Miami because we hadn't secured the cooperation agreements fully through our area. And as you can see from this video, the amount of water that's coming down, and it just keeps building and building and building. And at this point, I'm yelling at Shelley to get out, even though I wasn't there. So, and I yelled at her afterwards too.
Thank you for
But-
doing that.
But anyway, you can see what's coming down. It's almost like a syrup that is closing out. And later on, we'll have another video that shows it even worse. But that flood subsided, but turned right around on February the 3rd. Go to the next one.
July 3rd.
July 3rd, I'm sorry. This is Connie's Bridge. This is during the first part of the flood. We still had flooding at Russell Gulch, and we were monitoring it as well. But there was a point that Connie's Bridge was actually closed, and it wasn't closed because the water was topping it. It was closed because we had pedestrian and motorized traffic that were stopping on the bridge taking pictures. And this is the bridge that we're replacing because it's structurally deficient. So flood water and debris moving under it was not a safe thing. So John's troops got out, and he and AJ closed the bridge off to keep people off of it. So so this is
Look at that, it's a river.
This is end at Six Shooter. This is over Six Shooter Road. You can see some of the street markers and so forth. Pueblo Heights, if you know where that trailer park is down at the end. This actually topped the Six Shooter Canyon Bridge and created a lot of debris. This flood event confirmed the city and county's concerned and spotlighted some of our troubled areas. So, we looked at this, we looked at a lot of the videos. I know everybody was posting these videos. When Jessica and I went through this to show you something, we looked at 50 different videos before we picked one out that we thought would just might emphasize what was out there. But the city and county continued to clean up their areas that were affected by the flooding, while the contractors continued the debris removal within the floodway. So this gives you an idea. This is the county opening up Six Shooter Canyon Road, Six Shooter Road. They're actually plowing the debris off the road with the graderized. John's troops actually went down because we've partnered together with the county in this. He went down with his loaders and so forth and helped them remove debris in the county. And of course, they were in the city when we needed it as well. So it's been kind of a team effort. And I wanted this video to show you that it's been a team effort. So that brought us through to the evening of the 4th. The rain was light. We didn't think we had any problems at all. The rain was really light. We were on the phones going back and forth. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But what we didn't know at the time, and we found out later, the rain was actually heavy, but it was up in the mountains. And it was going off the burn scar, and it was coming out mainly in the areas of Six Shooter Canyon and Kellner Canyon and Icehouse Canyon. From that to this, I mean, you can kind of see from here, that first shot was just a beer tree and where we had to close it off, but this is what it got to. This is just above Beer Tree. So it got to the point where we again closed Connie's Bridge off. We were in danger of having it top that evening, and it showed us wouldn't have taken much more for us to have a huge problem out here. But luckily things subsided. But and here's what happened down at the at Pueblo Heights in the areas that we showed where it was running off in the previous flood. This, all this silt and debris, dropped at the end of Six Shooter Bridge, down there by Pueblo Heights. This was a mess to clean up. I've never seen John's truck so filthy in my life. That might tell you something.
But not for long.
So, yeah. I'm surprised that we had enough armor all in Walmart, but, so this is how bad it got. This is how bad it got. It almost topped ADOT's bridge there. So if you look, one of the things I wanted to show you on this bridge, if you look at the pipe that's running on the inside of that, that is a 3-inch gas main. So we've actually had the gas company out to take a look at not only the ADOT bridge, but the Haskins Bridge as well, because we wanted to make sure that, you know, because we also have electricity on that bridge, and sometimes gas and electricity don't mix. So we wanted to make sure we didn't have a problem. So we don't, and the gas company is taking steps to armor that pipe as well to make sure we don't have any future problems as well. So that's kind of what I wanted to show you there. So we proceeded on Monday on the 5th. The county and the city worked together along with the contractors, continued to cleaning debris. The city and county crews have been distributing sandbags. These are the 5 main areas that they've been distributing sandbags. The public is able to pull up to these areas and load their sandbags onto their trucks. We're not limiting them to a number. They can take as many as they would like to armor their residents or their properties. So, and we're working together with the county. We have since got our sandbagger in, but we're still working with the county to make sure that we have a sufficient supply. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to note on this, in this area is every time we had a flood, all of our low water crossings were closed. And the police and Public Works and the fire department, the 3 of us, sometimes John, I wasn't out here, but John said that he was on one side of the creek closing while the police and the fire was on the other side of the creek closing. So it was a massive cooperation between the agencies out here. So on July 6th, we started a campaign on flooding awareness that included the PSA from the mayor, and then also signage that could be installed above and below bridge crossings, and also education. This is a flyer that Linda and her group made up to pass out. We wanted the public to know how dangerous this stuff was. I mean, I saw one video where the guy was filming and he had sandals on and he filmed down at his feet and he was standing at the edge of the water. I mean, that's just crazy. There was another video where a woman was on a bridge that was about the top and had 3 kids with her. So, I mean, the public needs to be aware. Back in the 70s, I was actually worked for Arizona Highway Department when the I-10 bridges went down. We had people killed on those bridges. And this water it has a lot of power, and it changes really, really quick. So that's kind of the message I wanted to get across here. So the county and the city continued with the contracted crews, removing debris and efforts from for flood mitigation. We also started receiving the city procured items that we were approved for from DEMA. That were reimbursed through the House Bill 2001. We have a process where we identify our needs, we submit that to DEMA, and they either approve or not approve it. And so far, we've been fairly successful. There's several agencies through the state and nation that are also in need of the same items that we're requesting. So expedited procurement has been and expedited delivery has been a real issue. John has finally started getting, I think we got a call today on the floodgates that you ordered. They were wanted all over. We just couldn't find them. And they're coming from out of state. And so, he'll have those in hopefully this week or next week to start installing them. In the meantime, we're using barricades. But we wanted something permanent out there. Somebody said, I think it was Councilman Pastor, one of you said anyway, how many hours these guys were working. I mean, John's been out here 7 days a week for the last 2 weeks that I know of. And so is Gary, and so is AJ. These guys are dedicated, and they're out there trying to save the city from this catastrophe. So my hat's off to them. And sometimes I, get up off the couch and actually call one of them to see how things are going. So a joke. Okay, so to wrap up, we have received our sandbagger. We got it on the 7th. John has started with DOC workers sandbagging. We have also received a backhoe that we got to a rental through the DEMA that we received it on the 8th. And contractors continue to clean the flood areas, flood-prone areas. And within the city of Globe, they are in the creek from Globe Community Centers to Connie's Bridge, from Connie's Bridge to Cottonwood Bridge, from Yuma Street, there at Tri-City Furniture to the US 60 Bridge, and then at Hospital Drive along Russell Gulch. And the other areas that I just didn't name are on the schedule to do. We just don't have a contractor assigned to those areas. Some of the areas we're waiting on co-op agreements. Michelle has gotten all but 14 property co-op agreements. Most of those are out of town. There was 2 refusals for us to get in, but John tells me that those 2 properties aren't crucial. But we're working very hard to get this. The other thing that after every flood event, we have to get in the creek and inspect it because we don't know what has been brought down from another area. So we have gotten in the creek, and that's going to get a little easier. We were just approved for a UTV, so John can use it to check the creek and check the utilities throughout the area, and we'll be working on that tomorrow. So we are also providing residents with access to sandbags and continue to provide flood education to staff and residents so they can be safe during current and future flood events. So due to I just want to end with this statement. Due to the severity of this burn scar, it's estimated that these flooding issues will continue for the next 5 years. They will get less intense every year, but we will still have them. So we don't need to forget that they're coming up. Every time we have one, we can't put off mitigating what damage they've done because the next one will get severe. So I guess my maybe inappropriate question mark.
Any questions for Jerry, comments? Ready?
Jerry, this may not be related to your conversation here, but are there plans or are there any kind of thoughts of how the forest can be regenerated? Do planting mechanisms and things like that? Again, this is probably a Forest Service question, but
So the Bear team has an assessment group out here, and part of the restoration of the forest is part of what they do. It's not only mitigating the burn area, but it's also for future growth in the forest. At the Paul, didn't they say at the end that we would get a report on that? So, and we'll share that with council once we get the report, the final report. The other thing I didn't mention, the county has contracted with J.E. Fuller to put in some rain gauges and some video cameras throughout the mountain area. so we can get better notifications on things that's coming down. I mean, some of these floods, at one point, John and Gary and everybody was on the phone, nothing was happening, the floodwaters weren't going up, so everybody went home. And 2 hours later, here it came, from the mountains. So, luckily we didn't have any real damage that evening, but the waters were up. I mean, there was quite a few videos. And so it's very hard to predict because of how many burn areas are involved. I mean, there was 200,000 acres of this burn area. So, and remember, when the county has issues with flooding, it's not just Globe. I mean, it's countywide because of the bushfire, because of the other fires that were located throughout. So they're all over the county trying to mitigate as well. So I think Steve Sanders said they had 12 contractors out doing creek cleanup and mitigation. So, and we're seeing about half of those in Globe. So, any other questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor. Working for the county and the state, I had to read up on every burn area emergency response report that came across the desk in Gila County as well as the state. And you pay attention to those kinds of metrics, how long the forest it will take to recover, and then the kind of activities in remediation and helping the forest come back. And they always give you a couple of working metrics. One of them is how long in this case. That 3 to 5 year number is realistic. I've seen that before up north in Payson region. It may take longer than that, by the way. So we have to just see how it takes with all the remediation that happens. The other thing that I've learned in my experience is that the way the city and the county now delivers services up on that mountain are going to change. Because if they're conducting a search and rescue in the area, they have to account for safety of their own team. And now someone will have to be forward of the team to be aware of any flooding that may be occurring. And they may have to pull out of the search in order to be sure that the team is safe. And those are the kinds of lessons that the county has had to learn, up north especially, but central Gila County and southern Gila County now. And so those things change the dynamic of the county's budgets for emergency services. It will change the city's budget also for emergency services. And I'm glad that the Bear team worked together with everyone to install some electronic equipment on the mountain to inform and help you. And I heard those stories already, how fast you could react with the news of the gauges and the cameras. They weren't there before, and it's been very rare to have the funding to be able to do those things. This time around, I have to give the governor's office a lot of credit. They've allowed us to run with those suggestions, put those pieces of equipment on the mountain, and make everybody safer. But I think that the final point is this is not going away for at least 3 years, this danger. And that's a long-term response. It's very, very long. And people forget over time that this can affect them 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the road. So we have to keep this in our publicity campaign and keep it going out there. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's not a matter of if the fire started again, it's a matter of when they start again, so. Thank you.
Jerry, I got a couple of just comments also. Going along with what Mariano said, yeah, that when we get the final testing to see if it was mild, moderate to severe, how deep was a burn, that's going to tell us exactly how long the recovery is going to be.
Yeah.
You're right. I think this is something in our next retreat that we need to put in our strategic action plan for the next 3 years, that we're going to be dealing with flooding. So it's something that we're going to have to put into our planning for the future here in our community. The other thing, one you didn't mention that also was they also helped the homeless, working together with Tim Gonzalez, because you got people who live under the bridges. I know that Melissa made some posters and Linda and laminated and gave them, and they were put under the bridges and on the bridges to warn these people about running water. So that was another big plus, another part of our community that needed that information. The question I have we haven't really had any, big rains during the day when these contractors are in there. Is there a safety mechanism in place to get them out of the creek if there is an event that brings water during
While
the day
they're
when
in-
they're working?
While they're in the creek. Yeah, we have people located along the creek that are in constant communication. The videos, the storm warnings that we receive, we don't take any chances. If there's anything going on, and in fact, we had the people at Beer Tree pull up when it was lightning the other day. So it is, and to follow up on what you said before, we do have a plan for signage underneath the bridge, and on top of the bridge, they just haven't, the signs haven't been made or posted yet. So you talked to Tanner today, right? So yeah, we are following up on that. It takes time, and like I say, everybody needs the same thing. So, anything else?
Thank you, Jerry. Excellent
Mr.
report.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, before Jerry goes, just a quick recap of, it seems frustrating because this is Mother Nature and there's not a lot we can do. But what city staff does is, like I say, we communicate with the county, we go out there and we know that about an hour from the rain hits, there's going to be a wave going through the city. And your staff is there kind of watching and seeing that it travels through safely. But if it gets hung up, if it comes over a bridge, if it causes something, then they snap to action. And then we deal with that. So it's really an interesting dynamic that we're just kind of waiting and keeping our fingers crossed that everything works, that the creeks and the bridges and they all flow through. But if and when something does go wrong, that's when then we call up the backups and get the tools out and everything like that. But it's frustrating. Every time it rains, we watch, we keep our fingers crossed, and we take action when needed.
I have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead, Fernando.
So I understand that you'd go in and you'd get like debris, like tree limbs and whatever
Right.
else, right? But a lot of these bring a lot of sediment. Are we allowed to go in and remove sediment as well, like
We-
sand and gravel and all that? Or
We are allowed to clean up some of the sediment. We're not allowed to change the direction of the creek. We're not allowed to enlarge the capacity of the creek. But 404 restrictions have relaxed in the last year. And the way we interpret them and the way the county interprets them is no 404 permit is required if the creek is a seasonal waterway. In other words, it doesn't run year-round. And so that's kind of opened things up for us a little bit, but we're being very respectful for taking out debris that would help stabilize the erosion. And even though that everybody would like to see things completely clear out there, if you notice that a lot of the stumps and so forth are being left just for erosion control. And we're trying to channelize the creeks and the water flow through the city, and not trying to enlarge it or divert it. So I guess that's my response to that is you can take a lot of it out, as of, for instance, today, Russell Gulch, we're at Hospital Drive. There's a box culvert there that is about 8 foot in diameter and, or in depth rather. On the downstream side of it, there's only 2 or 3 feet left. And, but we don't own the property. So we actually got permission from BHP to go in and remove that, and that'll open all that up and we'll get the debris through. But in the meantime, John's crew was down there removing silt and so forth, just to get it opened up to the upper side where we did have right of way. So yes, we're allowed. That was a long yes.
Thank you, Jerry.
All right, thanks.
Item B, Kate Tilzer with Public Sector Personnel Consultants will present council the salary and benefit survey findings, and staff will receive possible council direction. Chris?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council.
I'm here to introduce Kate
Alright, so we got that going.
Hauser, Public Sector Personnel Consultants, who put together our
Oh God, that's right. We have to
salary
talk
survey,
Alright, how about you guys over there?
compensation. And this includes, we did
Okay.
look at the benefits besides just the salary.
You said it's
Yeah,
like,
it's there. Yeah, it's on that end.
Hey,
Means if you can't close your boxes here, you're winning.
Kay is turning off the YouTube feed.
yes, I am.
There's Kay right there.
Okay, can everyone hear me all right?
So Kay, Chris just did the introductions, and so if you want to, we're going to, are you going to pull up your presentation on your end, or do you want us to pull it up?
I can pull it up on my end, I believe. Let's see if I can, please. In the meantime, Council, I will be sharing with you. I believe you had received some of this information already, but I want to go through and explain the process and answer any questions you might have and give you a note what the philosophy are surrounding this type of work.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, about a week and a half ago, you'd got the draft packet. It had a PowerPoint in there. That one was a draft. I believe we had a draft that went out in the packet. No, okay. So the one that's coming up now has got a couple slides added. I think that had not been there before. That we worked when we went through this. We worked through that. So.
See if I can figure this out.
And Kay, it looks like we have the PowerPoint up on our end.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I don't know that you can, yeah, you should be able to see it also.
I have it on my other screen over here because I have 3 screens going, so I can refer to that one. So is the volume okay? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I would use your outside voice. It's dropping a little bit, but I think when your voice is strong, it carries good.
Okay, perfect. Then I will speak loud and clear. Okay, well, good evening. I'm Kate Tilzer with PSBC, and we are here to just sort of go over and explain to you what we've got in the way of a salary survey. So if you'd like to go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the overview and what prompted this study. So the goal was to compare the city's compensation, both salary and benefits, to that of the marketplace. So we're looking at where does the city's compensation compare to those employers in the area, particularly those that you recruit from or lose to. And with that data, we can make some analysis about where's the city in terms of its external competition, look at the internal alignment of the jobs. So how are the jobs paid in relationship to each other within the city? And the focus being, we want it to be affordable and sustainable. Part of the process will be to discuss with the city about where do you want to be in relation to this market. So that would be the desired competitiveness policy. And then look at developing strategies to move forward in developing and implementing a salary policy and practice that moves the city closer to that desired competitiveness policy. So on the next slide, we decided to include, so this was with the feedback from the city to identify who's like the city in terms of jobs that are utilized and services are provided, where are the city recruiting employees from, and where is the city losing employees to. These were the comparators that were selected to try to gauge the marketplace. What's the competitive marketplace? So again, focus on who is like the city of Globe, particularly size-wise, and where do some of the jobs come from? So if you're recruiting, how are you filling those jobs? Are there other employers that you're using to fill your openings? Are there other employers that are maybe stealing your employees away from you? We did include the Central Arizona Fire and Medical Authority. They didn't respond to our request, so we tried to solicit information from them, but they didn't respond. And then by way of private sector data, because we know that some of the city's jobs are recruited with local private sector entities, we use the Economic Research Institute, and that is a database that contains private sector salary information, and we use the Mesa area. So that kind of represented some of that regional private sector data. That way we're looking at what's the private sector doing, as well as what are some of these other public entities doing. So the next slide, we talk a little bit about the salary survey here. So our process is to contact each of those comparator employers and ask them for their salary and benefit information. So PSPC is in control of the analysis and the matching. So we don't use a structured questionnaire. We pull the plans, look at budget documents, we look at org charts, job descriptions, because the goal is to match based upon job content, not just titles, but who is doing work that's like the jobs that are in use by the city of Globe. And then trying to match as closely as possible those jobs based on content. So we looked at those other documents to get the big picture about what's the best match to use in determining the market value for each of the city jobs. So in the survey process, it's important to focus on the survey gives you the data that tells you where are you in relation to the market, but the city will be in control of the answer or the question of where do you want to be in the market. So the implementation would be, okay, we know what the market is. Now, where do we want to be in relation to that? So that is a decision that is not dictated by that market data. It's just the market is one of many tools that you will use to determine what's the answer to that question. Where do we want to be? So the survey methodology that we use, we'll talk about on the next slide. That is, we gathered the structures, the salary structures, and compared the salary range midpoint. So what we did is now we're talking about comparing occupations, so not what's the actual salary of each individual employee, but what's the value of that occupation. So we use the salary range midpoints, which are typically representative of a journey level competent employee. So if we're looking at minimums, we're looking at entry-level performers, maybe lower skilled workers, lower experienced workers. And on the maximum end, we're talking about people who've probably been in their position for a long time, maybe highly skilled workers. So if we find the middle of the range, that midpoint, we're talking about that journey-level competent performer. And again, it's the occupation we're looking at, not the employee. So the valuing of employee is an internal and a process that's done towards the end of this study. Right now, we're just measuring an occupation. We did look at, so the base compensation is included in the study, so just the salary piece of that through the midpoint. But we also did a total compensation analysis by taking the contributions that were provided by the employer and added that in to look at total compensation. So we took the contribution that each employer provided for family level medical, and we took the richest benefit. So if there was multiple options that were made available, we took the one that had the highest contribution from the city, added that to that base midpoint in order to make that comparison of total compensation. So we could evaluate, okay, we've got our base pay, but where are we when we add our benefits to it? So the next slide, we added this. If you saw a draft previously, I thought this might be helpful to illustrate what we were talking about here. Now, this is an accountant one, so it's kind of a generic job class. I don't believe it's currently in use by the city, but I think it's one that everyone can relate to. So it's an ideal, air quotes here, benchmark occupation. And so we use it to illustrate that the midpoint, which is, I can't point here. So the midpoint, which the column is titled external midpoint, they're sorted high to low. That would be the minimum plus the maximum, and we divide by 2, and that's how we determine the salary range midpoint. So you can see, for example, Apache Junction, their midpoint, middle of the range for their accountant is $62,790. So when we average all of those midpoints together, we're looking at the individual employer rate of 54,748. Private sector is paying a little bit more, which is not uncommon, 66,000. Average those numbers to come up with a prevailing rate or the market value of an accountant of 60,633. So when we compared that at the base level to Globe, you can see that we're substantially behind the market. So a couple of notes that in practice, unless the city was competing directly with Queen Creek, they're a very high payer, and so we excluded it from the results because it was really skewing the data. But for some of the jobs like public safety, where there is direct competition with Queen Creek, you'll see that the survey data does show, we've left that in there because I think it's important to include that if it really is driving your competition, your recruitment, your turnover. So that's why it's kind of hanging off to the middle there, excluded from the results. So that's the base compensation. Then you can see the far right-hand columns, the total comp. So that medical contribution, now these are monthly or annual amounts, annual amounts for medical contribution from the employer. When we add those to the base midpoint, you can see what our total comp is. And most of the jobs that were surveyed, you can see that there's a substantial change in your competitiveness when you include that total compensation. So while the city is behind on the salary midpoint, because they have a rich contribution to medical, it does bring them back into a more competitive range for those jobs. So I'm going to pause there in case there's any questions.
Go ahead, Fernando.
So, I mean, I know this, but is this something that most employees actually pay attention to? Is one more desirable? Is it more desirable to hire higher income and not have as rich a benefit package?
Very good question. And I think it depends on the employee. I think that employees who have families tend to focus on the value of those benefits a little bit more than maybe younger employees who are not as focused on, maybe they're looking at, I got to put food on my table and diapers on the baby. So it depends. Some are going to focus on this and some aren't. For purposes of making recommendations, we're really focusing on the base compensation so that we can plug that into your salary plan. So it's shown for illustration that we didn't want to ignore the fact that those benefits are out there and they can be a very tangible piece of compensation. But our primary focus for the remainder of the study, at least thus far, has been on that base compensation, trying to get to where the city wants to be or desires to be in relation to that base figure.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Shipley, this study was initiated from our work in the benefits, Mayor's Benefits Task Force, and I think that through the year, we'll be looking at this study additionally for this compensation information. Right now, the compensation information is important, but we're more worrying about the class and comp the class portion of that. But I do believe that I know that the mayor's healthcare benefit subgroup is going to be working on, and I'm sure we'll be diving into that very question.
I got a question on, was any factors included like unfunded liability and percentages from each city that's owed? Because everybody has a different percentage of unfunded liability.
No, that was not something that we surveyed.
So, Kate, I'm going to go forward one slide.
Okay. So the next slide we'll talk about the overall, because this gives you the highlights. I don't want to bore you with every single survey benchmark that we did, but our goal is to benchmark as many of the city's occupations as possible. We wound up with the 19 comparators, which is a pretty substantial population to survey. So the number of the 19 comparators is a pretty big survey. We had 55 positions that we surveyed, and when we looked at all of the comparable jobs, we were evaluating 550 plus jobs. So pretty solid information out there. We had a lot of data to look at. So there's a few that were sort of skinny little survey benchmarks, but the majority of them had nice data to be able to, really sink our teeth into and get some good information. So there's that 42 jobs had sufficient data to use in our salary planning. So we kind of look at 4 or more data points, gives us a good sense of the market. Anything less than 4 and one of those individual points does tend to skew the data. So unless they're closely aligned, we tend to focus on 4 and more and use those for the majority of our salary planning. So the city is more than, we use 10%, plus or minus 10% is our threshold. So we looked at whether the city was within that 10%, and if there's more than 10% behind the market in those jobs, that's the area where we're most concerned about trying to get those compensation ranges up for those jobs that are more than 10% behind the market. So the top half of the slide, salary only summary, you can see 95% of the positions are more than 10% below market. So that's 40 of the 42 we surveyed. 2 were within 10% of the market, so that's only 5%, and then no jobs were ahead of the market by more than 10%. The bottom box illustrates when we add the city's contribution to medical, the family level medical, factor that into our total comp, and you can see that we now pushed a lot of jobs into that plus or minus 10% of market range. So you had 59% that moved into the, okay, we're now in an area where we consider that to be competitive. One job was a little ahead, and then you still had the 39% behind the market. So you can see that I think it was a good exercise to include that medical, just to kind of evaluate and see, well, what kind of decisions do we need to talk about making in terms of base, as well as, now, benefits don't usually get changed as a response to one of our surveys, because that is an ongoing, and there's a process involved in making changes there. But I think it's useful information, especially in light of the city's task force, to have that in making decisions about those benefit plans moving forward. So the process then, in order to make recommendations about salary grades or ranges, would be
Hey, we got a question.
part of the, yes.
Hey, it's Fernando. So when you took and added the medical benefits to ours, you also added the medical benefits for the others and then compared them, and then we were at these percentages?
Yes, correct. I'm sorry. Yes, we did that for all of them. We took their highest contribution to family medical for all the employers and added that, and then compared that to the city's base, midpoint, plus medical compensation for family level. So we try to keep it apples to apples to the best of our abilities. There's a lot of variances in the plans that are offered, but that's what we did. We took the plan with the highest contribution and added that amount, family level contribution, to base, midpoint. That way we can kind of see apples to apples, how it's stacked up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Kate, the title of the graph says salary only, so that's just the salary staff of the city. That doesn't include the hourly?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it really should say base compensation only. Yeah, salary refers to just the base salary. And yes, the salaried employees and hourly employees were part of the entire study. So where it says salary only, that just means base compensation. And then the one below is total compensation, meaning it's base compensation plus benefits.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take it forward a slide.
Okay, great. All right. So the process then is, so we've collected market data. And so we now have this salary survey. And so what our goal is then to select a salary plan. We looked at what the city is currently doing. But once we established a desired structure, which is on the next couple slides, we'll talk about that, was to take the market data, find a salary range that's as close as possible to the prevailing rate in the midpoint. So we did that for each of the benchmark jobs. Then we looked at any of them that didn't have a benchmark, and we used the city's job descriptions to try and determine. So for instance, we'll take an accountant. It's a good one to use as an example. If we have an accountant and market data, but we weren't able to find a senior accountant, or there wasn't sufficient number of comparators that had a senior level accountant, then what we would do is we would use the market data we have for accountant and then determine, well, how much more complex is the city's senior accountant and then strive to place that in a salary range that represents a salary that's a percentage higher based on the changing complexity. So if it's 20% more complex, then we would assign it to a salary range that was higher to make up for the fact that it's harder work, so it should be paid a higher salary. So that's the relative complexity, the job descriptions. So the content of the jobs is what helped us to determine how much salary increase or how much less should a non-benchmark job be in relation to our known market data. So that process was reviewed. Myself, the HR director and the city manager went through and talked about, okay, here's what we think we know about the market and what salary range makes sense given the market information and what we know about the complexity of each of the city's jobs. So there's been a feedback process to evaluate that thus far. And so any of the proposed salary ranges, there's already been a review, analysis, and vetting of that information. So on the next slide, we can kind of illustrate a little bit about that. So I showed you the accountant survey data sheet that showed each of the employers that had an accountant, what their midpoint was. And now focusing again on just the midpoint because your structure does not reflect any benefits. So we looked at adopting a structure. Now this one I'm illustrating just the minimum, the midpoint of the structure, which is where our market data is, and then the maximum of the range. So for this example, with using an open range structure that's just illustrated here, the prevailing rate in the market for the accountant was 37,228. So our range, what we would do then is go through each of the ranges and figure out which range has a midpoint that's as close as possible to that market data. So that's our step one in interpreting the market back into a salary plan. So the closest range there would be that salary range 4 with a midpoint of 37,320. Any questions on that?
Went back.
Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, any questions on this slide? Nope, okay, I'm gonna go forward then.
Okay, so we had looked at a couple of options here because now we're talking about, the rubber hits the road. What do we do with this information? What's the data telling us? Where do we want to be? How do we interpret it? So that was sort of a process on how we determine a salary range for each job. So this is a sample of what a grade and step plan would look like. Now, this is very similar to what the city has currently implemented. Some of the salary range for certain non-exempt and exempt job classes are already using a grade step plan. And in a grade step plan, you've got the 10 steps that are identified. They're very specific salary amounts that each employee makes a salary that matches one of the dollar figures, step 1 or step 2, 3, all the way up through 4. So using the calculated midpoint that's on the very far right-hand side, you can see that salary grade 4 has that midpoint. We were just looking at a previous slide. So this is a possible structure, grade and step plan, very similar to what the city's currently using, whereby it has 10 steps in each of the grades. There's 5% between each step. So if you move from step 1 to step 2, you would be receiving a 5% increase. The grades are 55% wide. So if you look at between step 1 and step 10, you start off at step 1. By the time you reach step 10, you have a 55% salary range increase opportunity. So between your salary on step 1 and step 10, that's 55% increase in salary. The grades are separated by a uniform 5%. That's important because it helps us to know that if we assign a job to grade 1, and another job, maybe the senior, to grade 3, we know that there's 10% salary range separation between those. So if we have an accountant in a grade 4, our seniors in grade 6, we know that we now have 10% salary separation between an accountant and the senior component. The structure that you're seeing here would be intended for all jobs. Currently, the city is using separate and independent salary ranges for some job classes. So it's intended for simplicity and management, financial management, that all the jobs would go into one structure. That's kind of what we're discussing thus far, is that all the jobs would be in this so that all the jobs would have the same salary range opportunity and allows you to control your internal alignment and salary range separation between sequential job classes. That was a huge mouthful. So any questions on that?
Okay, I'll go to the next slide.
Okay. So if the city were to adopt that structure, and what we initially did is we looked at implementing a salary compensation philosophy of 90% of the rates in the marketplace, because the city does currently have that medical benefit. And in order to keep the cost of getting this plan implemented for all employees, we looked at 90%. So we're striving to place each of the job classes in a range that is 90% of that market rate. And then that accounts for the fact that the city does have that generous medical benefit. So when you do 90% of the market and you add in that benefit, that should get us real close within that 10% of the goal of being competitive in the marketplace. If the city were to adopt this, we would have 9 employees that are below the step 1 or the minimum of the proposed range. And the cost to get those employees' salaries up to step 1 would be $30,320, which is about 0.63, less than 1% of your current payroll. In a grade and step, you also have an obligation to make sure that employees don't fall between steps. So a salary can't be something between step 3 and step 4. It has to be either step 3 or step 4. Since we don't go backwards in reducing salaries, that's not a very good employee morale thing. It doesn't increase employee morale. We would be moving forward. And so the cost to get employees onto the next nearest step is $131,159. Because it's a brand new structure, there's 90 employees whose salaries will fall between steps in that proposed structure. So the total, if the city were to adopt 90% of the market and this structure with the proposed salary grade placement, we'd be looking at $161,480 to get the 9 employees on step 1, and then to move those 90 employees to nudge them up to the next step. So that's about 3.36% of your current payroll. So we did model a different plan, looking at not doing a grade step. So on the next structure, what we would be doing is an open range. Any questions as we move forward? So this structure is basically the same thing that we just looked at on the previous slide, only we're going to ignore the steps. We're going to look at the minimum and we're going to look at the maximum, and we're just going to make sure that employees are somewhere between, they're higher than the minimum, equal to or higher than the minimum, and then we're going to cap them at the maximum. So if they're already above maximum, we're going to freeze them and leave them alone. But the maximum would be, where we top them out and stop them from moving forward. So same thing, it's 55% wide from the minimum to maximum. The same 5% separation between the consecutive grades. It's the intent that, all the jobs would still go into the structure, but because we don't have a step that we have to land people on, it would have a minimum cost. And the next slide, I believe, is where we've got recalibrated it to just show you that there's those 9 employees. So the cost is the same. The 9 employees would need to be moved to minimum $30,320. We're ignoring the fact that there's no steps, so we don't have to worry about everybody getting an increase to the next step. So you would be free to do another type of implementation approach if you wanted to, that does not mean, because 5% between steps means everybody gets 5%. You can't do a half step. It has to be full. But in this open range, you'd just be obligated to do the 9 employees, get them up to the minimum, and that'd be the 0.63%. There is one employee who's over max, but I believe it was an employee who'd been there for a very long time. So that's just sort of what happens, is they got somebody who's been there forever, and they sometimes gravitate towards the end of that range. And then you'd have the majority of your staff. You can see the number of employees below midpoint is 93. That means that you've got 90% of all the employees are below the midpoint of the range. And if you remember previously, I had indicated midpoint is journey level competent. So while there's nothing that is required action-wise, I think that bears looking at in terms of if some of those employees have been with the city a long time, it would be appropriate to move them to at least the midpoint and possibly beyond. But that would be up to managers and supervisors based upon things like employee performance, or maybe a reason somebody's below midpoint. If they're a low performer, you may not want them at midpoint. And longevity. So for a brand new employee, you certainly wouldn't want them at midpoint just yet, unless there were circumstances that that supported moving them to a midpoint. So that would be what an open range structure would look like.
So next slide is here.
Okay, so the next slide, this is where we just kind of did a little bit of analysis. The report does include analysis of additional benefits. We looked at several. We looked at the medical contributions and we looked at vacation, but most of those were, there was no findings, I think would be the accounting audit term, no findings there. Information's there. We took a look at it to make sure the city is offering comparable benefits. But here's where those employer contributions, I think, are worth looking at, especially by your separate committee. You can see that when it comes to the dollar value of the benefits, the city is providing a very nice additional benefit, additional compensation through benefits. However, if you look at as a percentage of the total premiums, the city's contribution to medical is within what the market is doing. They're providing a benefit that covers a good chunk of the premium, and you're competitive as a percentage of premium. I think that what that suggests, market data that I have wasn't sufficient to do a thorough analysis, and it's probably something that the city will want to do separate, but I think that what bears looking at is what's the premium cost to the city? And I believe that this would indicate that you've got some pretty expensive premiums that the city is incurring for offering that medical. So the dollar value to contribute is required is higher than what some of the others are paying, even though your percentage of premium is similar. You're paying close to 90%, the market average is 94%.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, what this shows is, like, say, the split on the employee contributions is not that far off, but the total cost of the plan that the city does pick up is we have very very quality plans, very detailed, very high coverage plans, and that's where we're off from the market. But that'll be something that we'll look at through the next upcoming year.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Fernando.
So another thing that factors in there is we are a small group. So one person having a major issue totally skews your numbers. So if another employer has 1,000 employees and one of them has a really bad issue, it doesn't skew the average. So insurance companies can charge less because it's more predictable. But when you have 100 employees and one needs to be air-evac'd and then he needs a transplant, you're not profitable for the next 4 years.
Well, the difference between 1,000 employees with about 1 and 100 employees, it's 10 times more impactful on us.
Yeah, so that's a lot of why we pay a little bit more too.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true statement. There's two factors that would drive that. It could be the richness of the benefits that you're offering, or it could be your utilization. If you have a lot of people who are heavily using the plan, then absolutely. So those are things that I don't have the information to analyze it, but I think that these statistics would give you some information to basically formulate the questions you need to look at in moving forward.
We can go to the next slide here. Oh, it's a question slide.
Questions?
Go ahead, Fernando.
It's Fernando again. I'm sorry, Matesh. So I was looking at your different groups that you compared us to, and I didn't see an obvious difference in maybe cost of living, but you didn't factor that in. I wanted to work.
No.
I wanted to work in Flagstaff, doing the same job for my company, and I found out that Flagstaff cost like 35% more for housing than it did where I was from, and I decided I couldn't afford to go to Flagstaff. So, but we don't take that in consideration.
It wasn't taken in consideration for this survey. What you're looking at is the raw data. So we've not factored in cost of living. We've not factored in area differential in wages, because wage differential and cost of living differential are often very different numbers. So that's not factored in, nor is the effective date of the salary plan. So if there's a salary plan that's a year old versus a salary plan that was recently implemented, sometimes we'll age that data to try and get to a common date. So what you're looking at is the raw data. And based upon just the mathematical averages, some of that does tend to dilute out. But in answer to your question, no, we did not include those as a factor.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Jesse, you have any questions?
Not at this time, Mayor.
so Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this point, Chris is going to kind of explain where we took this product and how we moved forward with it when we in determining our department fix program. So,
Mayor, members of the council, Kay was describing earlier the open range plan. And so what we did is Paul and I met with police chief, fire chief, public works director, and went through each job has a rating where they belong on the scale. And we went through each person that fits in that rating and say, okay, where do they belong on this scale? And, some were brand new, they would be a 1. Some were here for a long time, they further up the range, and so on and so forth. So this actually gave us the tools to start to develop the total cost of implementation of the plan. So so we worked with each department head decided where their employees are. Now, I know Paul's plan is to have this 2-year plan where some get immediate benefit from this, and next year the others will get be brought up to speed, so to speak.
now, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, so this is how we knew we needed to do some, we had to take action. I would have loved to have waited, gotten this fully on board, put together the plan going forward, then implemented this in a perfect world, either at the 6-month mark or at a year from now. But we couldn't afford to wait. And this goes back to that conversation. There are certain areas that we had to take action now. What I will tell you is that we will fully bring on board everyone by this time as we go into the budget in the 22-23 budget. We'll use the same methodology. We'll get everybody onto the right grade for their qualifications and their and the right step for their time of service. And then we will have a more comprehensive plan. We'll have a plan that integrates not fully but somewhat on the same grade and step. And then at that point, once we have those fully implemented, we will do a soft step program. The best explanation, we will set parameters for every evaluation. You had a base evaluation, you come in, you do your job, you do everything you're supposed to, we'll get you a certain amount of growth, a certain raise. If you're knocking out of the park, you'll get a little bit higher. If you're mailing it in, you'll get a little bit lower. It just, I don't know, I don't want to get stuck on the terminology, but there'll be a ranking system. It'd be very, very important that we have a approved, trained, equal evaluation system, that all the managers, not one person's going to do all this. So we need to make sure we have a solid evaluation process and solid training on how we do the evaluations, so we have equality and equity across, so everybody's treated fairly. And then we'll move
Mayor?
through there. Now, we'll also stick with the STEP program, but it may be that, and the best description is, say you have somebody who's 5 steps from capping out, or 7 steps from capping out. Okay, two of the same people. One person may get decent evaluations and move through that step, and it may take them 12 evaluations to get to the 7 steps. Someone else may be doing really well and a lot of reasons doing better. They may get that 7 steps in 7 years. We don't know, but eventually they'll hit that mark where that is the cap on that position, and they're doing the best they can, and at that point, then we'll have to either look at longevity pay or hopefully promotion. Hopefully they can move the range by a job that has opened up, and they can move into that and move up the range and pick that up. It gets, like I say, this is a lot of material. There's a lot here. This is a presentation right now that we're doing tonight. There's some implementation policies we're going to bring back, so we're not asking council to do anything but move this forward to another meeting where we can get some more detail as the implementation. But if between now and then, individual council members want to meet with city staff, we can kind of get into the details and answer those individual questions you may have, or we can meet with the benefits committee, however you want to do this. But I'm happy with this study in that it gives us a foundational baseline based on market that we can use to adapt to Globe and meet the needs of our employees and meet them as a city. And I talk about each department is separate, each department has different needs, but this is flexible enough to allow the manager, the department director, to make sure that this plan meets their department needs, but it still is overarching, consistent with the city. And so I think it's the best of both worlds.
Question.
Go ahead, Mike.
So are you looking, Chris mentioned the open range.
Yes, it would not be a snap to range. If in one example, if you, a snap to step. Okay, so if you, and there's a model where if you get a bump, you're going to get a bump 5%, and that's the only format. Everybody goes 5% per step. I don't think that is not the way we see this going. We see the bump being dependent upon the number in the performance evaluation.
Yeah, it's possible that you get a bump and it's only $1.
So we're not going to use this type of scale.
No, that is the one we will use, but that will set us to where we set everybody and set new people, and then that gives you the range of the cap. But it's not a hard snap to it. But I think it's helpful when employees are sitting down and managers are looking at them, and they can see that step by step that they get, and they can strive for that 5%. And I think it shows the 5% steps, but I think it's better than just a
Mayor, I have a question.
low and high.
Okay, but middle, low, and high was open range.
Open range, but I will tell you that we will adjust some of the highs. I think that there are certain highs that were not practical to have certain things. You can have a middle level job that the high is way over the supervisor. And so you have to have a point where if you have line level people making more than the supervisor, there's no incentive for them to take on extra duties, to take on more responsibility. And so we're going to set we're going to modify that cap based on the feedback from the director, so we don't set ourselves up to lock people in that don't want to move up. We have a ladder, we want people to move up, but we can't be at cross purposes and have a pay scale that locks people in where they lose money if they move up.
Okay, what kind of evaluation tool are you going to be using? Are you going to develop it?
Yes.
an
Yeah.
evaluation?
We haven't gotten to the evaluation tool. It'll be one that we decide on is a fair and equitable that applies. It'll be the same tool for every position. And I've seen tools have standardized questions, and then they have an area where you can customize for your department. So maybe 15 of the 20 questions are standard through the city. 5 of the 20 questions are dependent. You also have a supervisor and a non-supervisor.
Jesse, you got a question?
Yeah, I do. I guess this would be for Kay. Kay, based off of those, you gave us a step, and you gave us open range. Based off of the step, that's what you've seen in the market doing, correct? Am I correct in saying that? The 5%
Correct.
increases and a uniform based off of a job code.
Correct. Yes. I mean, the structure can be developed a number of ways. It's customized to each of the clients that we work with, but 5% between steps and 5% between ranges is a very common structure. 10 steps is a very common structure.
Do you feel, I guess this would be more of how you interpret it, but do you feel that if we went back to a 2% here, 3% there, 4% there, and got away from the uniform, we'd be back in the same spot that we're at now with 90% of our employees under the market?
I believe what I've seen is that the clients that we have that wind up off market again is typically a combination of things. One, across the board increases because you can't give the same increase to every occupation because the market moves differently. So an accountant in the market is going to move very differently than a police officer in the market. So if you just throw 5% at all job classes, some are going to creep ahead and some will creep behind. I think it's important that you collect market data. Our intention is to deliver the tools to the city so that they can repeat this process without hiring back a consultant. So by repeating this data collection process and gathering new market rates and then adjusting each individual occupation to match the movement in the market, that's going to keep you competitive. Paying your employees within those, because again, there's two pieces to this. One is to set your minimum and maximum for a job class to mirror the value in the market. And then the other piece is to value that employee. And that I think is where the work PSPC has provided helps you to value the job, but to value the employee, this is what City Manager Jepson is saying, is valuing the employee is a little bit different process. So within the structure we've described, that's where you would determine, are you going to give a step increase every year, or are you going to use your step structure to establish year one placement of your employees, and then moving forward, you may deviate from that or abandon the steps and go to a performance-based. So the key to staying competitive is to repeat that market collection process and move jobs based upon your independent movement in the market.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question, Paul or Chris, on the 9 employees that Kay stated are below minimum and the 90% that are below the midpoint. Does this initial proposal address any of these categories?
All the below people are brought up, and quite a few of them are some of them were brand new. Of course, they'll be brought up to the new starting wages. And then some of them who been here a while and were still below, they're being brought up even higher than the new starting wage.
And this is on the first round, because there's 9 employees that are below the minimum.
Right, that's on the first round.
Okay, and the 90% that are below midpoint, that's,
Well, we got a lot of new people, so that's going to vary. Some of the people will be put above midpoint depending on their longevity, the job that they're in, that sort of thing. And some of the people aren't quite there yet.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think we looked at this number last time. I think 60% of our employees have been here less time than I have, and I'm about 5.5 years.
Mayor?
go ahead, Fernando.
Just a comment, I've been involved with reviews where the manager or the supervisor has said only 1 or 10% of your employees can be outstanding. And I just never thought that was fair. I mean,
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah, I think you could have 10 outstanding employees, and yet they'll say, well, only 10% can be outstanding, only another 5% can be, and then so they're artificially making you pick winners and losers, and I
No,
would hate to see that in our review.
Depends on the model that you look.
Yeah. And so, Mr. Mayor, members of council, let me address that, because that's a really good, important point. And I thought Jesse's question was a really good question on how we set this up. The beauty is we're implementing half of this now, and then we'll bring everybody aboard on the other half. But in between now, so if we had fully implemented this today, then we would start on the anniversary of each employee's hire date. They would go through the evaluation process, and then we would look them and just kick this off and get this going. We can't afford to do that, because I think that would be, it's just not practical. What we're doing is we're addressing those those fixes that need to happen now because of retention and ability to hire. Those will not have a step increase until, there'll be no step increases until everybody else gets on this program. Okay, so while we'll be doing evaluations, it won't be tied to the salaries until we come up with getting everybody on board, everybody placed in their grade step. That will give us some time to go through and make sure that we have a tight, across-the-board, professional evaluation system, and that all the supervisors who do the evaluations do them under the same criteria. And we don't, sometimes people, you should do an evaluation based on the performance that's happened and not the performance you are hoping for. And evaluation is not an encouragement tool, it is a reward tool. And so there's a lot of training that needs to go into this and make sure, and we'll have the luxury of that time to do that and get that put in place. And we'll have the ability to test drive that on the people, on everyone, until we can get going. But the tying of salaries to the evaluation process, I promise you, we will bring forward the plan to you, show you what we're doing, so everybody can see. So council and staff, everybody understands that we're bringing a quality product in the evaluation format. And then we won't tie it to the raises until we get everybody on board, which would be a July of 2022.
Mike?
So the individuals, the 4 groups that we tentatively approved, salary increases will go in effect as soon as we adopt the budget.
They'll go into effect as soon as the budget is adopted, but the step raises will not go into effect until everybody's on board in 2022.
And that was what, about 300,000?
333, yes.
333?
With benefits and PSPRS,
Yeah.
yes.
Question from last meeting, I just juggled my memory. We saw the different comparisons of the cities, and I should have followed up with Chief Robinson or you. Did we find out, are we above the starting wages of a competitive company in our community, or are we behind it? I never did find out. Are we ahead of, and I'll say Tri-City, as far as EMTs and paramedics starting wages? And the other question I have, when captains are upgraded and they keep their medic status, do they get a higher pay than an EMT captain? I apologize, I should have followed that up before.
No, that's fine. Apologize to Gary.
Mr. Mayor, in relation to Tri-Cities, the answer to that question is that the EMT level, we're about $200 below. So fairly competitive at the medic level. Just as I stated before, we currently pay medics $5,000 additional. They're at $6,000, so that puts us about $1,200 below where they're at right now. In terms of captains and stuff, that is correct. The captains remain within that scale. We still compensate the captains that are paramedic level at a higher rate than a captain at the EMT level. Because of that value and because they are on shift, they are leading that crew. and providing direction.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if it's possible, but I'd like to see that if we could implement that, and I'm only one person saying it, but that if we're below a competitor, especially now, we should bring that up and we should never be below, you know. That's just my opinion.
Let me get an answer for you on
Okay,
that.
thank you. Any other questions?
Good work.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, a big thanks to Chris, who understands this immensely and has been working. And I tasked him with getting this done quickly in time for, so we could catch the budget cycle, and he did so. And with his team, with Kay, they pulled a lot of information and a lot of complicated concepts and got them to you. It's a lot to digest, and in the future, any questions we go forward, happy to sit down with anyone and do that explanation. And the same for staff. Once we start rolling this out, we'll be wide open on explaining how this works. We need to have our staff vested in this process, because this is a motivator. This is going to be, while we're not doing automatic 5% every year, we are doing automatic something, and it's going to be a cost that's going to benefit us, but we have to do it judiciously too. So, but Chris, thank you.
Yeah, just to comment on the salary, I was part of the salary study, still an employee with the city, the last one, and that was really super complicated, and this is a lot simpler to understand and a lot better process.
And a lot more affordable too. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Kay has worked very hard on this.
Very good.
You're welcome.
And so, Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is for discussion. There will be some other adoption aspects that come forward when the time is right, but I thought it was really important that you hear this as we go forward, and you hear it before we pass the budget, so you know the data and the strategies and the assumptions that are behind what we're doing with the budget.
Can we get hard copies of the updated PowerPoint on that?
Yes.
That was excellent,
Yeah.
if we can get
We
that.
can do that.
Thank you. So we go to the consent calendar. Matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to consideration of the consent agenda, the mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to remove a public hearing item for separate considerations. Members of the council and/or staff may remove any item for separate consideration. Item A, consideration of waiver of section 2-4-10A prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. Accounts payable, $510,195.85. Consideration of approval of council minutes, June 22nd, 2021 minutes, June 29th, 2021 minutes, August 11th, 2020 minutes, August 25th, 2020 minutes, and September 8th, 2022 minutes. And item C is consideration of a recommendation from the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission on case number HP-21-01, a request to install new acrylic sign panels in an existing sign cabinet for the property located at 500 North Broad Street, assessor parcel number 208-03-256. Do we have anybody from the public, the staff, or the council that would want to remove any of these items?
Mr. Mayor, just a point of correction on the September 8th, those are 2020 minutes, not
Yeah.
20. My apologies.
I didn't catch it.
Thank you, Shelley.
Jumping ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, are there no other comments or questions? I motion that we accept the consent agenda as read.
We have a motion, a second, for approval of consent agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. We have no new business, so we'll go to action items. Item 6A, consideration to approve resolution number 1840, addendum number 1 to the Declaration of Emergency, Flood Mitigation, Post-Mescal, and Telegraph Fires, and request to waive prior discussion rule. Shelley, can you read resolution 1840, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 1840, a resolution of the mayor and council of the City of Globe, County of Gila, State of Arizona, adopting addendum number 1 to the Declaration of Emergency Flood Mitigation post-Mescal and Telegraph fires by authority of Arizona Revised Statute 26-311. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Yes.
So Paul, on this resolution, what I understand is the addendum is to give us the authority to go into these properties that we cannot get permission for?
If we cannot identify, or if we identify the owner, but they're non-responsive, either they're unable to reach, they're out of state, it's in a situation, if we believe that it's in the best interest of the city, our staff or our, it would be, I will tell you that we will not send contractors into these properties. It would be our staff directly going into these properties and doing what needs to be done, minimal amount, but doing what needs to be done. We wouldn't be cutting anything above 4-inch. We'd be down, dead and down, and the stuff that really needs to be, that would get hung up and cause problems. But I think there's a greater good to the neighbors that if we don't deal with some of these properties, it spills over to other properties, and by that, and Mr. Mayor, by your power, we do that.
So those 14 properties that Michelle is still stating we have no permission, are those in the city or are those throughout the county and city?
I think there are 14 in the city, but I don't believe some are not as critical as others. And I don't know, Jerry is not here, but John, do you want to speak to the types? Do we have, and I did not ask this before, but I think we have very few that would fall into this category of being that type of a level of cleaning. Where do you see? Do you see the possibilities, a couple of people that we might need to, or where do we?
Mayor and council, just to answer your question really quick, at this point, I don't believe, actually, I think Michelle's had a really good success rate, and the county as well. Through those 14, it's been minimized. In the city limits, there's about 5 or 6, and she's actually nailed at least 3 of those down in the past week. So we're really only talking about 2 to 3 of residents that are actually out of the state. I've kind of looked at some of the areas that in question. She supplied a list to me. I've actually done a review, even when Jerry mentioned that earlier, that we didn't find that some of those areas would be troubled. Those are the areas that we'll also be monitoring still. So some of them are just right on the back here. So judging by the width and any debris that's there, I don't believe that we'll have an issue, but this is a good tool to have for future, because of course, we're not going away from cleaning creeks.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and when we put this together, we're not this far along in the process, but Mr. Mayor, members of council, John, I mean, it could be that something that wasn't there earlier is now there that needs to be removed, and we would go and get that out of there. That would be another, would that be a scenario where if something that had been clear, but now something got left over?
Yes, actually, currently, right now, at this time, within the city limits, there's only 2 residents that I know of offhand that actually denied any work to be done in their area, and I will be speaking with one of them tomorrow, so hopefully we can take care of that. And I'm aware of the other already, and that actually they signed the paperwork that they didn't want done work in 2017, and we didn't have any issue then. It's just some of the landscape that they're wanting to preserve. It's actually not debris that would be in the creek or anything like that. It's just some of the shading that they get for the residents.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, this would not allow us to go against the will of the property owner. This is if we cannot reach the property owner. Property owner says no, this does not override that. Fernando?
Would it make more sense to send a letter saying that if you object, you need to contact us, otherwise we assume that we can move forward in a number of days?
We had tossed around some ideas of if you don't respond, we're going to do it unless you say no. Michelle's been really good about trying to get on Facebook and private message people and try to track this stuff down. And it just got to the point where we were worried that we would run out of time, and so we have this. If we still can get this permission, we would rather have the permission, even in any form that we have. The county is accepting verbal permission, but this, again, like John says, gives us that tool that we hope we won't have to use, but it's there if we do. But we're trying many different strategies on how to, reach these people. And John is really good at speaking with them. He speaks from experience, and he's hard to say no to.
Okay, thank you, John.
Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder to the public out there on Zoom, I'm still receiving every now and then the occasional call for help, whether it's for flood mitigation or for just trying to put their lives back together after this flooding or fire event. Those people are still out there, and they're now just coming to the realization that I need help. So just a reminder to everyone who's responding, the county as well. Anything that I see on Facebook, for example, I refer immediately to the mayor or to Gila County. So there are still people out there who are still wringing their hands and coming out of kind of a panic mode and trying to be proactive now in rebuilding their lives. So let's be aware that they're still out there. And if you know of anyone who needs help, please call the county. They're the first line of help. But if the city finds someone who needs help, I know that our staff will refer them to the county and we'll work together to help them out. So we're going to be in a recovery mode for quite a while. So we just need to pay attention to that. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Maria.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, even when residents, it is the county and Carl Melford and his crew that has all the connections and the resources and can find people accommodations, whatever they're needing, whether it's animal related or food or shelter. They're the center point of matching up people in need and people who have things that can help.
And it is truly about providing the information because, even though they're in the county, they still consider themselves, the Globe as their home base. So we need to reach out and help them and get them the right information to get them moving.
No, the ability of these cities, the city of Globe, the city of Miami, and the Gila County to work seamlessly. I'm sure other jurisdictions will be jealous of how well we work together and the fluidity with which we communicate, and we're working very well. You would hardly know there's a jurisdictional separation.
We need a motion.
Need a motion for resolution 1840, yes?
Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion that we approve resolution 18, what was it?
40.
40?
Second.
We need a waive of the rules too also.
And a waive of the rules. Let's see. Let me read it. Let's see what she's got right here. Make a motion to adopt resolution 1840. Oh, here it is. And waive the rule. Okay.
Second.
Got it.
Thank you, President.
Motion for approval of resolution 1840. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Item B, consideration of Planning and Zoning Commission and Historic Preservation Advisory Commission to possibly adopt resolution number 1836, an update to the city's Historic Preservation District Design Guidelines. That'll be Dana Burkhart. Shelley, can you read resolution 1836, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 1836, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Globe, Gila County, Arizona, to adopt the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission's recommended Historic Preservation District Design Guidelines and to repeal and replace the existing Historic Preservation District Design Guidelines Resolution number 1313. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Yes.
There he is.
Hello, Dana. Can you hear us?
Good evening, Mayor Gamaros and council members. City staff and the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission are very happy for you to consider this update to the city's Historic Preservation District Design Guidelines tonight. The existing design guidelines were adopted over 20 years ago in need of an update. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, we're going to turn the volume up, Dana.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dana.
We're putting the volume up on our side. Just use your outside voice. You'll be fine.
That's all the way out. Got it. So the existing design guidelines
You're good.
Were adopted over 20 years ago, as I mentioned. This agenda item is the culmination of significant efforts by the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee and staff, and included several public meetings and considerable public outreach. Back on May 5th, the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission unanimously recommended the council approve the draft design guidelines before you, and as well, they're contained in Resolution 1836. On May 15th, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered this item and also recommends your approval. Before I get started, I wanted to explain the difference between zoning codes or ordinances and design guidelines. Zoning codes and ordinances are laws, adopted by yourselves, the council, legislative body, and the community, to regulate various land use activities and provide requirements for differing zoning districts and site improvements and so forth. But design guidelines, however, are adopted by resolution and are more suggestive in nature to reinforce the city's goals for the historic character of the downtown in this situation, in the historic district design guidelines. But they inherently allow for flexibility to consider constraints, alternatives, and use discretion when we're applying those guidelines. So the Historic Preservation Overlay Zoning Code sets the regulatory framework for the historic district, and it also prescribes the implementation of design guidelines. So now I'll take you through a brief presentation to explain the design guidelines and the update process that we went through. So where do the guidelines apply? Basically, it's the area north of the railroad trestle along Broad Street, extending southward or southeast down to Cottonwood Street, and a half block north and south. And that is the district boundary that was established back in, I believe, 1991, when the Historic Preservation Overlay District was established. So all applications for design review within the Historic Preservation Overlay District in these properties that you see on the map are first reviewed and recommended by the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. And then, as you know, council takes final action on any proposed changes, exterior changes to properties in the historic district. So when we kicked off this project with the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission, initial goals were established, and primarily some of the guidelines were antiquated and vague. They were just outdated. They're, like I mentioned, over 20 years old. So what we did was took a look at updating the language to be consistent with best practices with Globe's local context inserted into that language. Show local examples of the different architectural styles and defining elements. We wanted to have more visual graphics and use graphic images to reinforce the intent of the guidelines. Then another goal was to create an attractive, user-friendly document. This is a good marketing tool for the city, for both existing property owners to show the pride and the vision that the city has for its downtown, historic downtown, as well for investment and people outside of the community looking to come to the community or invest in the community too, to know that there is a goal and there is a vision, and ideally this guideline document expresses that graphically and through the guideline discussion. And then also to the point of the second goal, to create an attractive, user-friendly document, as I mentioned. And as you see, and I think it's been in your packet, I'm not sure if you received it. We originally had this item scheduled before the fires actually took place, and I think this item was removed from your agenda. But hopefully you've had a chance to review that, or have seen it in other capacities, and then we'll briefly review it tonight. And then ultimately we wanted to outline procedures for approval and provide project guidance and other explanatory resources and so forth for property owners in the historic district. Quickly just put together one basic example. We won't bore you with the details. But this is an excerpt from the existing design guidelines in place for parking lots and landscaping and how we plan parking lots so that the visual impact of large paved areas is reduced. So again, that's somewhat vague. We can read between the lines, but for laymen that aren't used to applying these type of guidelines or wondering what does that mean when I want to do an improvement on my property, it could be vague. So as it explains, provide planting buffers and appropriate edges of parking lots, or use decorative paving to define the site border. Also include islands within the parking lot around the perimeter and exterior of large lots. Side or rear locations are preferred for parking lots. Use drought tolerant plant materials to reduce consumption and so forth. And just as an example, one way we treated that, or way this was treated in the update, was access and parking. We really specified more specifically, this is for parking access and new parking lots proposed on parcels. So vehicular access should be visually complementary to the site and so forth. So we use other language that provides us more color and descriptive language to help really better understand what's being intended, or what the intent of the guideline is. And then also a graphic example in this situation showing the parking towards the rear of a building, having a landscape island buffering to block a view from a public right of way, and showing that, like I said, it's in the rear of the property. And then we also address pedestrian and bicycle access, and want to make sure we have that type of acknowledgement of other site activities inserted into the code, or the design guidelines. And so that's just a basic example of one of those changes from the existing code to what's proposed before you this evening. I took you through this process of the update back, I think it was probably February 23rd or maybe actually in January of this year. Quickly take you through it. Staff provided initial research, our analysis survey. We provide more explanation of that in your staff report and what exactly that entailed. The city has a long history of preservation and preservation policy. First formalized back in about 1986 with the adoption of a resolution to become what they call a certified local government in the historic preservation world. And that basically allows us to then capture resources from the state, from the SHPO, the state's historic preservation office. Then we developed a stakeholder contact list. It began the public information dissemination. It's a broad list. I'll touch on it briefly towards the end of what groups we were engaging, and it was wide open to please forward to anybody that we can possibly engage. And we did that in several different ways in social media, email blasts, etc., which I'll touch on. We had our kickoff meeting back in October. Ended up with 3 draft reviews, including some joint meeting with the AAC, the Arts Advisory Committee, and the HPAC. Then we went through second and third review drafts, all of which were distributed to the public as through the avenues that we have available to us for comment and input and questions, which we did receive. Ultimately, HPAC again made their recommendation on May 5th, and Planning and Zoning Commission, and here we are in front at City Council. Really quick on the public outreach, we started off with this, developing that stakeholder group, which I probably was emailing maybe a group of 50 people with the leaders of different groups, such as the Chamber of Commerce, all of the city's boards and commissions we wanted to include on that, as they are people that are interested in the city business and activities. The Downtown Association, former HPAC members, which is the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee, As I mentioned, the Chamber of Commerce, Globe Main Street Program, Globe Active Adult Center and Community Center was a great resource to hopefully distribute information to the attendees there, or the patrons, to make them aware. Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Adjustment, obviously was a part of that stakeholder group as well. Gila County Historical Society, the EDC, and like I mentioned, other individuals that expressed interest. And the way we advertised, again, was through our social media platforms, as well as that email to the specific groups to disseminate that information in new drafts and when meetings were being scheduled and public meetings could be attended. Also, we had a great article on the front page of the Copper Country News back in April, or just before, when the third draft came out in April. And then again, email blasts. So with that, Mayor, council members, as I mentioned, the HPAC as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission both unanimously recommend you adopt Resolution 1836 to replace the existing design guidelines with those in your packets. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have questions or comments for the Dana? Mariano, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Dana, will we cross-train city staff to be able to use these guidelines? In other words, when a potential new business owner walks in, that we can walk them through, city staff can walk them through the parameters of this particular document. That's what I'm most concerned about. If I were to walk in, I want to start a business downtown, and they hand me this document, can staff help me through that review process? Or do I have to go home and read a 500-page document?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Gonzalez, no, we would not just there are a certain level of people who would just take this and go, but the majority of people that we're going to come across, we're going to want to get them into City Hall, into a meeting, listen to their project, their dreams, and then walk them through where it overlaps with their project. And that's a short answer. I don't know if Linda, if there's anything left other than that, but I know that we would not just drop this document on there. It will be on the web. But
Right.
Linda, how would you like to respond to that?
Along with these guidelines, HPAC has developed a process on a business being developed in the historic district, and it has to do with paint colors and signage, and that ties into our business development packet that will most likely, well, it will be available, of course, online, but we'll have a few hard copies to give out because not everybody likes to do things digitally. So absolutely, our code enforcement officer, our building official, myself, our economic development specialist, we're all well versed on previous guidelines, and we will be on the new ones as of later today.
Okay, that's all I had a question on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions?
If I could, to that point also, if they did grab it and run, one of the very first pages gives a phone number and says, step number 1 is to contact city manager's office and begin that dialogue.
Good. Very good. Thank you, sir.
They also developed a welcome pamphlet with the historic downtown with a lot of the questions. It's a simple form, something that has never been handed out before. But I want to take some time to just commend the group, and I know a lot of 4 of them are here. It's amazing what they have done in I think a year's time, maybe? Has it been a year? Yep. So when you look at the Resolution 1313 is 21 years old, you see names like Mayor Francaro and Attorney Tift, and that's a long time ago, and it really needed to be upgraded. I think this was something the other members of the Historic Preservation kept saying, we need to update Resolution 13, but you guys took that horn, the bull by the horns and made it happen, and it needed to be. Now, I read quite a bit of it, and I think it's good. We needed to review it, but there was a lot of work, a lot of compassion. They've even brought us into compliance with the open meeting law and the way they conduct their meetings also now. So it has been a big improvement. I've seen some of the work. I attended some of their meetings in the beginning, but I know they spent many hours working on this. The question I have is, with the expansion of the historic district, is there going to be changes, anticipated changes to the guidelines? Is there different, as we expand the historic district? Are we still in the process of that?
I'm going to defer to Linda on that.
Very good question, Mayor. Yes, so through the initial public outreach, very common comment or question was, is this why aren't we capturing all these other areas like the churches and everything south and east of Cottonwood and north, and north and south. So we're working on going through that update process and contacting property owners in the coming months. Depending on what is captured, these particular guidelines are very specific to the downtown. So should the boundary include residences that intend to stay residences, we would have to make some zoning changes, some language changes in the zoning code for the overlay district, as well as look at our design guidelines and possibly do a supplement for strictly residential or something like that.
I just have a comment. They do good work. They care. They're passionate. They all have like their expertise that they bring to the table. But one thing I get worried about is somebody balks because the historic preservation wants them to do something different, and then we just roll over because we're so desperate to have a business here. So I don't think it's them that's the issue. I just hope that we realize that these are put in place to make our community a better, more desirable place to live, and we should try to stick to it. I mean, if something totally doesn't make sense, I get it, but we're trying to build a beautiful downtown, and we should try to honor that.
And I think they've been open even with the color palette, and I like the insertion of parking lots and covering with decorative plants and stuff, stuff like that. So it is, you're right, and we should support them as much as possible with it. Did Bill Tiff also review this for any legal?
Dana, did Bill give the blessing on this?
I'm sorry, I'm still on Tiff.
I thought, whoa, I missed somebody big around. No, my apologies. Yes, Bill Sims did review.
He did. Okay. You did. Okay.
Okay. Good.
And Mr. Mayor, I don't think anybody's happier, but I mean, city staff has been working on this for almost 2 years now. This Chris initiated this, but Dana, while Chris was in his spot, and Dana was just our consultant, and now he's zoning administrator, and we've grown in our development department and some of the changes in historical preservation. So, well, I think this is about a 2-year project to do this update that. That is such a wonderful outcome now, but it's been a long work. So thank you to everybody who's involved, from Chris all the way forward to the Linda and Dana and the group and everybody else that helped in between.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, we got to recognize our staff, and Dana being a big part of it too, as guiding him through the process has really been a big plus. Yeah. I don't know if any of the chairman, do you want, or anybody want to say something about anything?
It'd be nice to see it move forward.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other comments or questions, I motion that we adopt resolution number 1836 and update the city's historic preservation district design guidelines as presented.
Second.
Got a motion, a second, for approval of resolution 1836. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you very much for your work.
Very good.
Good work.
Item C, discussion and possible approval of amendment number 6 to contract number 019-0248 with the Pinal-Gila Council for Senior Citizens to extend the term of the contract from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, and request to waive 2-4-10A prior discussion rule. Jeannie.
And there
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
So it looks like I'll close us out tonight until you guys do what you need to do. This agenda item is brought before you to approve amendment number 6 to our existing contract with the Pinal-Gila Council for Senior Citizens. This will extend our contract for an additional year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. Any questions?
Mayor, if there's no questions, I would make a motion that we approve amendment number 6 to contract 019-0248 with Pinal-Gila Council for Senior Citizens to extend the term of the contract from July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2022, and request to waive 2-4-10A prior discussion rule.
Motion a second for approval of amendment number 6. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion pass. Thank you, Jeannie.
Thank you.
Item 7, any late agenda items?
No late agenda items, Mr. Mayor.
Second call to the public. Do we have anybody, Shelley? Thank you, Shelley. Scheduling the meetings?
Mr. Mayor, I believe there is a request for, let's see. No, I don't see an additional special meeting coming up in July. Our next meeting is 27th?
27, 29. Well, on the scheduling of meetings, is that a work session? But I'd like to have a separate meeting with the proposal or of the trails
Yes. And
in between, so we don't take up a
So-
council meeting with it, if it's okay with council.
because because I think Linda we were not able to do a in-between meeting, is that correct? For the trails?
They are not available on the 20th.
They're not available on the 20th, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So we have them, we can schedule them the 27th, or we can push them and do a special on the August 3rd, if you'd like.
Okay.
For the trails.
Linda, would you mind just giving a very brief description of what the trails proposal that they wanna, just brief, can we? I mean, just to know what we're gonna
Yeah, just
schedule for the
the
future.
reason for the meeting, if you
In
want to.
case, some council's not aware.
If we're making the decision on when to schedule this, it's appropriate to give a brief description of what we're trying to schedule.
Okay, so the firm that we're working with is going to bring a proposal to council, and we are asking direction to move forward to develop an RFP for the development of the first phase of the Pinal Creek Trail System. So that would go proposed from the community center to the new Connie's Bridge. And so a firm such as Wilson would be developing the project from conception to implementation. And it's about a 4.5-year project, and their fees are built into the grants that are successfully obtained to complete the project.
Do we want, in a separate work session than a meeting? I mean, I don't know how long the presentation would be. It could be
I would
an
say
hour.
about,
Yeah.
45 minutes to an hour.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, like I say, I'm making the attempt to lessen the volume of items on regular council meetings, and I am making efforts to identify those ones that tend to go long just because we didn't realize it. But I would say that we could probably just hold that meeting to time-sensitive things only, other than the adoption of the budget, just time-sensitive.
And that's August 3rd?
But, yeah, that'd be to do it the 27th?
The 27th.
Yeah, to do.
I'll have to see if they're available.
Yeah.
But we could ask
No,
them,
that,
of
but
course.
On July 27th, didn't they say they were available?
No, they said they were available August 10th.
Or the
I
20th?
can find out right now.
How about July 20th? They weren't available July 20th.
No, they're traveling elsewhere.
So could we push it into August? I mean, it's not gonna,
They're available on August 10th, but we can see if we can bring them in the 27th.
That I read. Yeah, so that would be our regular scheduled meeting. So we'll just make that, Mr. Mayor, make that same offer that we hold the August 10th meeting to the minimum time sensitive. Shelley, does that make sense?
So the 27th is just a regular council meeting?
yes.
Yeah, right, but it's, yes. And so we would have no special meeting, but we'd have a limited agenda on the August 10th and then do the parks.
Thank you. Any other scheduling meetings for me at all? Future agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, I know the horses already left the barn, but I think it's time that we pull the city's emergency operations plan up for review. Not that we didn't do anything wrong in this last 2 months of response, but it would behoove us to pull it up as an agenda item and to begin appoint a committee to review the city's emergency operation plan for use by future councils in future disasters. That little document used to sit in my bookcase at the State Emergency Operations Center, and I had all the cities and towns plans that cared to send to us, and that one had a special place in my heart. It had a little binder, and it was there. I really meant it when I said at the beginning of today's meeting that city staff has done a wonderful job of reacting and providing command and control, in addition to the actual hands-on work that had to go on in the last month and a half. But it is time to pull that document out, air it out, and have a committee review it, put a time stamp on it to review, revise, and put it in today's terms. And I think we'll take a look at it during that review process. And of course, council can name whoever they need to name to make that happen. We were talking about this before the meeting started. I know we had a document and equipment and photographs and a lot of things in the conference room that were used in that go-around of that update to the city's emergency plan. So we'll take a look at that, and that I would like to see that as an agenda item for the next time around.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, what we will do is bring forward a proposal by staff as to what that process would look like, how we recommend it go through, allocation of staff resources, funding if needed, and a solid timeline to expectations. So that would be the starting point for us putting together a plan to council as to how we're going to address, updates that we assume are needed.
And recommendation on individuals that should be involved in the process, I guess, also. If even council, a couple of council members also.
Yeah, if it is council's desire to be involved, to do a review, I don't know if they want to be in the front end or on the back end. I would have to get with our staff to determine and look at what process works well. But I would imagine at some point it definitely needs a council full review and having a smaller group do the deep dive. So I would imagine it would be an initial drafting deep dive with a subcommittee and then a final adoption by council. But I don't know the timeline on that.
The essence of any emergency plan is very simple. We're just building a framework to be used for any disaster. We're not building a book-by-book explanation book for each disaster. It's just a framework, one size fits all, and should be exercised every few years to be sure that it's up to snuff.
Yeah, even if we look at it and determine that it's not in bad shape and
That's
maybe some tweaks around the edges, I would let us start with that, with a response to the councilman's request, and let you know what we determine, what we're requesting, get your feedback, and then come up with a plan.
You bet. Yeah, we'd probably have to eliminate our emergency operations center because we had one, but that was functional, and that just went by the wayside. I guess determine whether we really need one or not, or do we coordinate with the county on
A
their.
lot of things have changed in terms of technology.
Yep.
And as you all did during this response, you did it on the fly with all the electronic power that you had, and it did work very, very well. And I have seen other scenarios in other regions of the county where it was no cooperation among the agencies involved. This was an opposite. It was very highly coordinated and cooperated by all entities. So therefore, we have a good starting point. So we should be able to build a framework relatively fast and easy here, sir. Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Marilyn. And I just have to say it again, with our technology we have now, and I commend Daniel for that, we wouldn't have got through these emergencies with COVID and everything else. We've taken a leap forward in technology and how we operate our meetings and everything else. It's been great. I do have one other one I want to appoint. I know I took the responsibility of the Downtown Association, but if we could put it back on the agenda, I have spoken to Councilman Gonzalez, and he is willing to take that group as part of one of the bed tax liaisons there.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, there are still a few outstanding requests on the future agenda items. I know we had a discussion about homeless that we still have to come forward. We have a parking summit that we need to bring forward. There's some other items on there that are pending, and we have not forgotten about those. And I'm sure I'm not bringing them up right off the top of my head right now, but we will get to them all.
Yeah.
And keep the meetings under 2 hours.
Any other items? We have a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
Motion a second to go into executive session. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay?
And Mr. Mayor, going, guys, we're going live.
We're done.
Supposed to work at 5.
Okay, stick around, we're going live. We gotta do it one more time.
We're live now.
Was it one of those contracts?
Okay, the mics are on.
Oh, really?
Okay, we're live.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, if you want to make a motion to adjourn.
Do you have a motion to adjourn?
Motion made.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Meeting adjourned.
Amen.
Danny, thank you. Okay.
You got enough phones?